Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The city tower of Lunaris rose like a magnificent white spine against the azure sky, its crystalline spires catching the light of twin moons and splitting it into 1,000 prismatic beams. By night, these rays formed a celestial crown above the ancient stronghold of magic, visible for 100 leagues in all directions, a beacon of knowledge and arcane power in a world where such things grew increasingly rare. Within its kaleidoscopic halls, generations of mages had studied the deepest mysteries of creation, guided by the archmages of the Seven Orders. But tonight, the crown of light flickered uncertainly, waxing and waning like a faltering heartbeat. In the highest chamber of the tallest spire, Gandalf the Grey stood beside a bed of polished silverwood, his weathered hand resting on the forehead of an old man whose breathing had grown shallow and labored. Archimage Valdemar, once the most powerful wielder of elemental magic in all the known realms, now lay diminished, his once robust frame withered, his skin bearing strange markings that shifted like smoke beneath the surface. "How long has he been this way?" Gandalf asked, not lifting his gaze from his old friend and mentor. A young man with amber eyes and silver-streaked dark hair clutched a leather-bound tome to his chest. "The markings appeared at the last waning of the blood moon," replied Thalen, Valdemar's apprentice. He dismissed them as a mere anomaly, the price of a recent spell casting. But each day they spread further, and his strength ebbs like a tide that never returns. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together as he passed his hand over Valdemar's chest, muttering words in a language so old it predated the founding of Lunaris itself. Faint blue symbols appeared in the air, hovering for a moment before dissolving into wisps of ethereal smoke. "This is no natural ailment," the wizard declared, his voice grave. "Nor is it the result of any spellcasting gone awry." He straightened, his grey robes falling around him like shadows at twilight. "This is a curse, ancient and malevolent." Thalen's eyes widened. But who would dare curse the Archmage of Lunaris? "Such an act would require power beyond reckoning." Gandalf turned to the tower's arched window, gazing eastward where the jagged silhouette of the Spine Ridge Mountains cut a dark pattern against the star-strewn sky. "There is one whose power might suffice," he murmured, more to himself than to Thalen, "though he has slumbered in chains for 1,000 years. You cannot mean—" Thalen's voice caught, the name itself seeming too dangerous to utter. Draconeer," Gandalf finished, the syllables falling like stones into still water, "the dragon sorcerer of the East." The great library of Lunaris descended in spiraling tiers beneath the ground, each level more restricted than the last. Gandalf and Thalen had traveled to the 7th tier, a vault of forbidden knowledge accessible only to the archmages and those granted special dispensation. Here, ancient texts were chained to tables of dark iron, their pages protected by spells of preservation. "The Chronicles of the Binding," Gandalf muttered, as his fingers traced the spines of massive tomes. "It should be here." Thalen held aloft a crystal sphere that emanated soft blue light. "Perhaps this," he suggested, pointing to a book bound in what appeared to be metallic scales that shifted colors as the light played across them. Indeed. Gandalf carefully lifted the tome and placed it on a reading stand. As he opened it, the scales on the cover rippled as if alive. For hours they pored over the ancient chronicle, translating passages written in languages long dead. The account unfolded before them, how Draconir, last of the great worms who could assume human form, had nearly succeeded in awakening Morvazoth, the sleeping god beneath the world, a millennium ago. How a council of the 9 greatest wizards of the age had imprisoned the dragon sorcerer in a crystal prison deep within the Spine Ridge Mountains, using 4 elemental crystals to create the arcane seals that held him. "The seals are weakening," Gandalf declared, pointing to a passage describing how the crystals would dim as their power faded. That explains Valdemar's affliction. As the eldest surviving member of the Council of 9, he would be the first to feel the effects. Thaylen frowned. But the Chronicle says the seals would last 5,000 years. Why would they fail now? Before Gandalf could answer, a tremor shook the tower, sending dust filtering down from the vaulted ceiling. The crystal sphere in Thalen's hand flared brilliantly, then cracked down the middle. "We must return to the surface," Gandalf said, closing the tome with careful haste. "Something is very wrong." They emerged from the library to find Lunaris in chaos. The night sky above the tower had darkened unnaturally, swirling clouds blotting out the moons and stars. And from those clouds descended writhing shapes, shadow creatures with gleaming eyes and claws that left trails of darkness in the air. "Nightmares," Gandalf breathed, recognizing the entities from ancient texts, servants of Draconir, formed from the fears of sleeping minds. The guards of Lunaris fought valiantly, their enchanted blades and spellcasting driving back the shadow creatures. But for each nightmare banished, 2 more seemed to pour from the unnatural storm above. The outer wards still hold," Thylon observed, pointing to the shimmering barrier that surrounded the tower city, "but they're straining against the assault." Gandalf nodded grimly. "The seals that bind Draconir and those that protect Lunaris are connected, woven from the same spellcrafting. As one weakens, so does the other." A decision crystallized in the wizard's mind. The elemental crystals must be recovered and their power renewed. Only then can the seals be strengthened. But the crystals were dispersed after the binding, Thylon protested, hidden throughout the realms for safekeeping. "Yes," Gandalf confirmed, "earth to the dwarven deep lords of Khazad Vaughn, fire to the Phoenix Temple of Mount Cinderfall, water to the merfolk of the Abyssal Trench, and air to the Skyreaver eagles of the Cloudspire Peaks." He gripped his staff, determination hardening his features. "I must seek them out, and quickly." "I'm coming with you," Thaylen declared, a statement rather than a request. Gandalf studied the young apprentice, barely 30 summers old, yet already showing remarkable aptitude for the elemental arts. In his amber eyes burned the same fierce intelligence that had marked Valdemar in his youth. "Very well," the wizard agreed. "But first, we must consult the Orb of Visions. If Draconir stirs, we must know the full extent of the threat." The Chamber of Sight occupied the heart of Lunaris, a perfect sphere within the tower where the walls, floor and ceiling were formed from a single piece of transparent crystal. At its center floated the Orb of Visions, an artifact older than Lunaris itself. As Gandalf approached, the orb, no larger than a man's fist, began to pulse with inner light. He placed his hands on either side of it, careful not to touch its surface directly. "Show us Draconir," he commanded. "Show us the Spine Ridge prison." The air within the chamber shimmered, and an image formed, a vast cavern deep within the mountains where a colossal crystal pulsed with malevolent red light. Within it, a shape could be discerned, part dragon, part man, its features contorted in what might have been pain or rage. Cracks spread across the crystal's surface, widening even as they watched. "The primary seal weakens," Gandalf observed, his voice tight, "but something hastens its decay, some outside force." The vision shifted, showing a hooded figure placing its hands upon the crystal prison. Ambient magic swirled around the figure, being drawn into the cracks of the prison. "Who dares?" Thalon whispered. As if in answer, the figure turned slightly, and the hood fell back to reveal the face of a woman of unearthly beauty, her eyes the same amber as Thalon's, her hair a cascade of midnight black streaked with silver. "Lysandra," Gandalf breathed, recognition dawning. "You know her?" Thalon asked, unable to mask his surprise. "I knew of her," the wizard corrected. "Draconir's daughter, born to a human mother shortly before his imprisonment. She was but a child when her father was bound." "That's impossible," Thalon protested. "She'd be ancient." "Dragon blood," Gandalf explained grimly. "Even diluted, it grants unnaturally long life, and apparently an unwavering loyalty to her father." The vision blurred, then reformed to show tendrils of shadow spreading from the Spine Ridge Mountains, reaching toward Lunaris and beyond. The nightmares were but the vanguard of a greater darkness. "Oh, but we have little time," Gandalf declared as the orb's light faded. "Draconir stirs, and Lysandra aids his awakening. Should he break free entirely, the sleeping god," Thalon finished, his face pale, "Morvazoth would rise. And with him, the end of all we know." Gandalf's expression was resolute. "We leave at dawn for Khazad Vorn." The Earth Crystal lies closest. That night, as Thalon prepared for their journey, Gandalf returned to Valdemar's chamber. The old Archmage's condition had worsened. The shifting marks now covered most of his visible skin, and his breathing came in shallow gasps. "Old friend," Gandalf said softly, placing his hand on Valdemar's. "Hold fast. I will not fail you." Valdemar's eyes fluttered open, recognition filtering through the haze of pain. "The Gandalf," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Beware the daughter. She is not what she seems." "Save your strength," Gandalf urged. "I know of Lysandra. We saw her through the orb." Valdemar's hand clutched Gandalf's with surprising strength. "No, not as you think. She came here before the curse, seeking knowledge." Seeking what?" Gandalf pressed, but Valdemar had slipped back into unconsciousness, the effort of speaking having exhausted him. The dawn broke blood-red over Lunaris, the light filtering through the unnatural clouds that still churned above. Gandalf and Thalon prepared to depart from the eastern gate, their provisions packed, their spirits determined if heavy with concern. As they mounted their horses, a cloaked figure approached from the shadows of a nearby archway. "The path you seek is fraught with peril," came a melodious female voice. "You will need a guide who knows the ways of dragons." The hood fell back, revealing the same face they had seen in the orb's vision. Lysandra, daughter of Draconir. Gandalf's staff was in his hand in an instant, its tip glowing with barely restrained power. "You dare show yourself here after what you've done?" Lysandra raised her hands, palms outward in a gesture of peace. "What I've done," she echoed, genuine confusion in her voice. "I have spent centuries trying to undo my father's legacy. The figure you saw at the prison was not me, but another who wears my face, a doppelganger created from my father's magic and my stolen blood." "A convenient claim," Gandalf replied skeptically. "Yet Valdemar spoke of your coming to Lunaris." Yes, she acknowledged. 3 moons passed, seeking audience with the Archmage. I warned him of the weakening seals, of my father's stirring consciousness reaching out to create a vessel for his will. But the doppelganger struck before we could act, cursing Valdemar and stealing an artifact from the vaults, the Codex of Awakening. Thalon gasped. Odite, the ritual text for communing with elder beings. Lysandra nodded gravely. With it, my sister can complete what my father began a millennium ago, the awakening of Morvazoth. Gandalf studied her intently, probing with senses beyond the physical. There was power in her, certainly, the unmistakable aura of dragon blood. But there was also truth in her words, a resonance that could not be easily feigned. If what you say is true, he said at length, then your aid would indeed be valuable. But know this, at the first sign of treachery, you will wish I had left you to the mercy of the Council of Nine 1,000 years ago. A shadow of old pain crossed Lysandra's features. I was 7 years old when they took my father, Gandalf the Grey. I have spent 10 centuries atoning for crimes that were never mine. Her amber eyes flashed with determination. I will help you recover the elemental crystals, not for my father's sake, but for those who would suffer should Morvazoth awaken. As the 3 unlikely allies passed beneath the eastern gate of Lunaris, the shadow storm above the tower intensified. The nightmares circled like vultures, held at bay only by the weakening wards. In the highest spire, Archmage Valdemar opened his eyes, the shifting marks beneath his skin pulsing in rhythm with the distant crystal prison of Draconir. And deep beneath the foundations of Lunaris, in caverns forgotten by all but the oldest records, something ancient stirred in its aeons-long slumber, dreaming of the day it would rise again to unmake the world of light and remake it in eternal darkness. The quest for the elemental crystals had begun. Story 2. The towers of Ethereum caught the dying light of the sun, their alabaster spires transformed into columns of liquid gold against the darkening sky. From the High Bridge Road, the city had always been a vision of splendor, a testament to human ingenuity melded with elven craftsmanship and dwarven stonework. But as Gandalf the Grey approached the gleaming capital after 6 months in the Eastern Realms, something felt terribly amiss. The banners that usually fluttered from every tower, crimson and silver, bearing the royal phoenix of House Aldrich, had been replaced by stark purple standards emblazoned with a single unblinking eye. The city gates, traditionally open until the midnight bells, stood closed despite the early hour, while armored guards bearing unfamiliar insignia patrolled the walls in greater numbers than the wizard had ever seen. "And what transpires here?" Gandalf murmured to himself, drawing his grey cloak tighter as he guided his horse off the main road and into the shelter of an ancient oak. He had barely dismounted when the sound of hoofbeats thundered from the direction of the city. A contingent of riders in the black armor of the Royal Guard approached, their faces hidden behind visored helms. At their center rode a figure Gandalf recognized immediately, Magister Thorn, the king's spymaster, a man the wizard had never trusted. Gandalf stepped forward, raising his hand in greeting. "Hail, Magister, I return from—" "Seize the traitor!" Thorn's voice cut through the evening air like a blade. By order of the Arcane Council of Ethereum, Gandalf the Grey is to be apprehended for high treason and regicide. The accusation struck Gandalf like a physical blow. Regicide? What madness is this? But the guards were already surrounding him, swords drawn. With a gesture swift as thought, Gandalf struck his staff against the earth. A blinding light erupted, causing the horses to rear in panic and the guards to shield their eyes. In the confusion, The wizard fled into the depths of the forest, the shouts of pursuit fading behind him. For 3 days, Gandalf moved deeper into the ancient woodland known as the Forest of Whispers, a place ordinary travelers avoided due to the disquieting voices that seemed to emanate from the very trees. But the wizard was no ordinary traveler, and the forest had long respected his presence. On the evening of the 3rd day, as he rested beside a small fire carefully hidden beneath the spreading branches of a willow, a figure emerged from the darkness, a woman clad in robes of moss green and autumn gold, her hair a wild mane adorned with feathers and small bones. Around her neck hung a pendant of amber containing what appeared to be a living flame. "Dear, the trees speak of your coming, Grey Pilgrim," she said, her voice carrying the cadence of wind through leaves. "They say the kingdom burns while serpents whisper in the ears of those who would rule." Gandalf studied her carefully. "You are a long way from your grove, Morvenna of the Elder Circle. I thought the Druids had forsaken these lands." "Exile is not the same as abandonment," Morvenna replied, settling across from him. The firelight cast strange shadows across her tattooed face, and some oaths transcend the petty edicts of mortal kings. "King Aldrich was no petty ruler," Gandalf said sharply. "And now I am told he is dead, murdered, and that I am somehow responsible." Morvenna's expression grew somber. "Aldrich of Ithirium was indeed a worthy king, which is why the darkness chose his court to infiltrate." She reached into a pouch at her belt and cast a handful of herbs into the fire. The flames turned a deep violet, and within them, images formed. The majestic council chamber of Ithirium's palace, the 7 members of the Arcane Council, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "What you see is no illusion," she continued. 6 nights ago, as the new moon rose, King Aldrich convened his council to discuss the findings of an excavation beneath the city, the discovery of ruins predating the founding of the kingdom. "Nexthul," Gandalf breathed, recognition and dread mingling in his voice. "The Forbidden City." Morvenna nodded. "The same. Against all warnings in the ancient texts, the council authorized the breaching of the sealed chamber at its heart. What they found there, or more accurately, what found them, were the disembodied spirits of the Shadow Legion, bound there after the cataclysm of the Third Age. The flames flickered, showing the council members collapsing one by one, then rising with that same eerie glow in their eyes. "And the king?" Gandalf asked, though he feared he already knew the answer. "Slain when he resisted possession," Morvenna confirmed, as was most of the royal guard. "Those few who escaped the initial massacre have been hunted down, or so the council believes." Gandalf's hand tightened around his staff. "You know where survivors can be found." It wasn't a question, but Morvenna answered regardless. 1. The captain of the Royal Guard, Sir Calen Luminshield. He took refuge in the ruined temple at Raven Shadow Pass. But he will not last long. "The council has sent the hounds of Zorith to find him." The wizard rose in a single fluid motion. "Then we must reach him first. But tell me, Lady of the Grove, why do you involve yourself in these matters? The Druids have kept to their sacred forests for centuries." Morvenna's eyes flashed with an inner fire. "Because the Shadow Legion will not stop with Ithirium. Their hunger is insatiable, and because—" She hesitated, then squared her shoulders. "Oh, because I was once handmaiden to Queen Elendra before her supposed death. I know secrets about the royal family that even King Aldrich never discovered." "Queen Elendra," Gandalf mused, stroking his beard. "Dead these 7 years, if memory serves. A wasting illness, they said." "No illness," Morvenna contradicted. "A ritual. Her soul was not extinguished but split, divided among 7 relics and hidden throughout the kingdom. A contingency, she called it, against a threat she refused to name. Dawn found them on a narrow path winding through the mountains that bordered the Forest of Whispers to the north. Raven Shadow Pass lay ahead, a natural cleft in the otherwise impassable peaks, crowned by the crumbling remains of a temple dedicated to Lunaris, goddess of secrets. They were still a league from the temple when the attack came. Dark shapes dropped from the rocky outcroppings above, creatures that moved like wolves but stood upon 2 legs, their bodies wrapped in strips of midnight cloth, yellow eyes gleaming with predatory intelligence. "The hounds," Morvenna gasped, drawing a curved dagger from her belt. Gandalf raised his staff, its crystal head blazing with sudden light. "Stand behind me!" The creatures circled them, unnaturally fast, communicating with snarls and barks that nonetheless seemed to form words at the edge of comprehension. One lunged forward, claws extended toward Morvenna's throat. Gandalf swept his staff in an arc, a wall of force knocking the creature back. "Servants of darkness," he intoned, his voice resonating with power that made the very air vibrate. "You face Gandalf the Grey, wielder of the sacred flame of Anor." Light erupted from the wizard, a blinding concussion that sent the hounds tumbling back with howls of pain. But they quickly regrouped, more cautious now but no less determined. "We cannot defeat them all," Morvenna warned, her back pressed against Gandalf's. "And we don't need to," the wizard replied. As 3 of the creatures prepared to lunge again, he struck his staff against the ground. A fissure opened beneath the hound's feet, and with startled yelps, they plummeted into darkness. The remaining creatures hesitated, then melted back into the shadows with promises of retribution in their alien snarls. The Temple of Raven Shadow was a study in elegant decay. Columns of black marble, veined with silver, supported a roof that was now more sky than stone. At the center of the circular chamber, a man in battered armor knelt before an altar, his sword planted in the ground before him. "Sir Cailan," Gandalf called softly. The knight spun with remarkable speed for one so obviously wounded, his blade coming up in a defensive stance. Recognition dawned in his haggard face. "Lord Gandalf, they said you were dead, or worse, a traitor." "Reports of both have been greatly exaggerated," the wizard replied with grim humor, "though it seems we are all fugitives now." As they shared information and meager provisions, a new complication emerged. The corrupted council had initiated a ritual, the opening of the Gate of Souls, that would allow the full manifestation of the Shadow Legion in the mortal realm. They had 3 days before the ritual's completion. "We need allies," Cailan insisted. "An army." "The neighboring kingdoms would never mobilize in time," Gandalf countered. "And within Etherium, who would stand against the council?" Morvenna and Cailan exchanged glances. "There is one," the druid said reluctantly, "though whether he would be our salvation or our doom remains to be seen." "Prince Darien," Cailan elaborated, "the king's brother, exiled 20 years ago for attempted usurpation. He commands a mercenary company now, the Crimson Falcons. They camp in the borderlands, selling their swords to the highest bidder." Gandalf's expression darkened. "A kinslayer and oathbreaker." "You suggest we place our hope in such a man?" "I suggest," Cailan replied steadily, "that desperate times call for allies of convenience, and Darien, whatever his faults, loved his sister-in-law. If he learns what became of Queen Elendra—" "Very well," Gandalf conceded, "but we will need more than men with swords. We will need the Soulbringer." The name hung in the air like a physical presence. Soulbringer, The legendary elven blade forged to combat the darkness of the Second Age, lost for centuries until its rediscovery in the reign of Aldrich's grandfather. The sword is kept in the royal treasury, Cailan said, beneath the palace itself. Then to the palace we must go, Gandalf declared, but first to the borderlands. Let us see if a mercenary prince can be moved by something other than gold. They found Darien's camp nestled in a valley between the disputed territories of Ethereum and its eastern neighbor, Caspur. 500 men and women, bearing the red falcon insignia, trained in orderly formations or tended to equipment with the discipline of a regular army rather than a band of sellswords. Prince Darien himself was not what Gandalf expected. The years of exile had turned the once pampered royal into a weathered commander with a face creased by sun and battle. His left eye was covered by a patch embossed with a falcon's head, while his right regarded them with immediate suspicion as they were escorted into his command tent. "And the gods must have a peculiar sense of humor," Darien remarked, "to send a traitor, a druid, and the lapdog of my dead brother to my doorstep." He poured himself a measure of amber liquid from a crystal decanter. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't have you dragged behind horses back to Ethereum to collect the bounty on your heads. Because the true enemy is not your brother, but what now wears the faces of his council," Gandalf replied. "And because your sister-in-law, Queen Elendra, foresaw this day," Darien's single eye narrowed. "Elendra is dead. Her body, perhaps," Morvenna interjected, "but her soul lives on, divided among 7 relics. She prepared for this, Your Highness. She knew the darkness would return." For a long moment, Darien was silent. Then, with deliberate care, he set down his glass. "Show me proof, wizard." "Show me something only Elendra would know," Gandalf approached, extending his hand. "If I may." After a hesitant nod from Darien, the wizard placed his palm against the prince's forehead. Light glowed briefly between them, and Darien gasped, his eye widening in shock. "That memory," he whispered, "the day by the lake. Only she and I were there." "She encoded her memories into the ritual that split her soul," Gandalf explained. "Each relic contains not only a fragment of her essence, but specific knowledge she deemed crucial, knowledge that could defeat the Shadow Legion once and for all." Darien's face hardened with resolve. "What do you need?" "Your army, your knowledge of the palace's secret passages, and your courage," Gandalf answered. "For we must retrieve both the sword, Soulbringer, and the first of Elendra's relics before the Gate of Souls opens in 3 days. Time." The mercenary prince stood, his hand moving to the hilt of his sword, a gesture unconsciously mirrored by Cailan. But instead of drawing the weapon, Darien dropped to one knee before Gandalf. "For Elendra," he pledged. "And for Ethereum." As plans were laid and preparations made, Gandalf stepped outside the tent to gaze at the stars. The constellation of the Phoenix, patron of House Aldrich, burned brightly overhead, a sign the wizard chose to interpret as favorable. What Darien didn't know, what Gandalf himself had only begun to suspect, was that the final relic containing Elendra's soul was hidden in plain sight, carried unwittingly by the wizard himself. For the crystal atop his staff had once been a gift from the Queen, given with a whispered instruction he had nearly forgotten until now. "Keep it safe, old friend. When the shadows return, it will light our way home." The battle for Ethereum's soul had begun. Story 3, the ancient forest of Eldervale was dying. Where once mighty oaks had reached toward the heavens, twisted husks now stood, their bark seeping with a luminescent emerald sap that hissed when it touched the ground. Ferns curled into grotesque spirals, their edges blackened yet glowing with an unnatural viridian light. The air itself felt wrong, heavy with spores that drifted like malevolent stars against the darkening sky. At the edge of a withering glade, Gandalf the Grey knelt beside a fallen stag. The creature's once proud form was now a tableau of horror, its flesh partially transmuted into a crystalline substance that shimmered with the same sickly green luminescence that plagued the forest. The wizard passed his hand over the creature's remains, his eyes closing in concentration as he reached out with senses beyond those granted to mortal men. The decomposition spreads faster than before, he murmured to himself, rising to his full height. His weathered face betrayed a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion, 3 leagues farther than yesterday. Behind him, a small encampment had been established in a clearing that, through his considerable power, remained untouched by the virulent plague. Refugees from a dozen villages huddled around fires, their possessions reduced to whatever they could carry when fleeing their homes. Children with hollow eyes stared into the distance, while adults spoke in hushed tones, casting fearful glances toward the advancing line of corruption. A young woman approached the wizard, her simple healer's robes marked with the sigil of Whitehollow, the largest settlement to fall to the decomposition thus far. "Master Gandalf," she said, her voice steady despite the shadows beneath her eyes. "The wards are holding, but we cannot remain here much longer. Food grows scarce, and the people speak of omens." Gandalf nodded, his gaze drawn to the northern horizon where, visible even at this distance, a smudge of darkness blotted out the stars, the source of the plague, where the corruption was most concentrated. "You have done admirably, Elora," he replied, "but you are right. We must move again by morning." He hesitated, then added, "The visions have returned." Elora's breath caught, ether-tide. "Yes," the wizard confirmed, clearer than before. "I see the floating citadel as it was in the elder days, suspended between earth and sky, and within its crystal spires, the oracle." Elora finished. "Then we must seek it out. Surely a dragon as ancient as Azurath would know how to stop this plague." Gandalf's expression darkened as he clutched his staff more tightly. "Azurath and I have history. But you are right. The time for old grievances has passed." He looked back at the camp, at the faces marked by fear and hope in equal measure. "We leave at first light. North, through the Whispering Valley. But that takes us closer to the source of the corruption," Elora protested. "Sometimes," Gandalf said, his eyes reflecting the distant green glow, "one must walk through the heart of darkness to find the path to light." Dawn broke reluctantly over the blighted landscape, as if the sun itself was hesitant to witness what had become of the once verdant realm of Everglade. The refugees moved in a somber procession, following the narrow path that Gandalf's magic kept clear of the encroaching plague. The wizard walked at the front, his staff occasionally tapping the ground, sending ripples of blue light that pushed back tendrils of green corruption that reached toward their feet. By midday, they had entered the Whispering Valley, a narrow pass between towering cliffs where the wind moaned through ancient stone formations, creating eerie melodies that some claimed were the voices of the dead. Under normal circumstances, travelers avoided this place. Now, it was their only hope for passage north. "Hold!" Gandalf suddenly commanded, raising his staff as the procession rounded a sharp bend in the valley. Before them lay a scene of recent violence. A small contingent of soldiers in the distinctive black armor of Malekith's forces lay scattered across the path, their bodies partially consumed by the decomposition. Among them, a lone figure still moved, struggling to free himself from beneath a fallen horse. Unlike the others, this man wore armor of polished silver, though it was now stained with blood and the telltale green of the plague's touch. "I be wary," Gandalf cautioned as he approached the survivor. The servants of the Sorcerer King are not to be trusted, even in extremity. The trapped knight looked up at the wizard's approach, pain and defiance mingling in eyes the color of a winter sky. "I am no servant," he spat, though the effort cost him a grimace of pain. And if you are wise, you will leave me to my fate, wizard." Gandalf studied the man with ancient eyes that had seen beyond the veils of the world. "I know who you are," he said softly. "Thorian, son of Malekith, far from your father's dark towers." Fear flashed across Thorian's face before his expression hardened again. "Then you should kill me now, for I am surely worth more to you dead than alive." Instead of answering, Gandalf motioned for the refugees to help lift the fallen horse. Once freed, Thorian attempted to stand but fell back with a cry of pain, his leg clearly broken. "The decomposition has touched you," Gandalf observed, noting the faint green tinge spreading beneath the skin of Thorian's hand where it had contacted the ground. "But not as it should. You resist it. A bitter gift from my father's bloodline," Thorian replied, his voice weakening. "Magic enough to corrupt, but also to resist corruption." Gandalf's eyes narrowed. "The rumors are true. Then Malekith created this plague?" Thorian laughed, a hollow sound that echoed unnaturally in the valley. "Created? No. Released, perhaps. Unleashed, certainly. But even my father, with all his terrible power, could not create such malevolence." Something in the knight's words struck a chord in Gandalf's memory, a fragment of ancient lore, a whispered warning from another age. But before he could pursue this thought, a new sound carried down the valley, the unmistakable howls of the blighted ones, those unfortunate souls who had not died from the plague's touch, but had been transformed into something no longer human. "They come," Elora whispered, fear evident in her voice. "The king's hunters." Thorian struggled to rise again. "No, not hunters. They follow no command now. The corruption has taken their minds as well as their bodies." Gandalf made his decision swiftly. "Elora, tend to his wounds. The rest of you continue north. I will hold them here and join you before nightfall." As the refugees hurried away, Gandalf stood alone in the center of the valley, his grey robes billowing in the wind that carried the scent of decay. When the first of the blighted ones appeared, a twisted figure that moved with unnatural speed, its flesh pulsing with green light, the wizard raised his staff, and for a moment the grey pilgrim seemed to grow in stature, his voice thundering with power that had not been heard in the mortal realm for an age. "You shall not pass." Light erupted from the crystal head of his staff, a blazing blue-white radiance that pushed back the shadows. The blighted ones shrieked in agony as the pure energy washed over them, their corrupted forms unable to withstand its touch. Yet they were many, and driven by a hunger that transcended pain. For hours, Gandalf held the narrow pass, weaving spells of protection and cleansing fire. When he finally retreated, exhaustion bent his shoulders, but the way behind them was clear, for now. He found the refugees encamped in a sheltered hollow, Thorian propped against a boulder, while Elora tended his wounds. The knight's eyes widened slightly at the wizard's approach. "You are more than you appear," Thorian observed. "I thought Gandalf the Grey was merely a wandering conjurer of cheap tricks." A ghost of a smile touched the wizard's lips. "I am exactly what I need to be, when I need to be it." His expression grew serious again. But we face something beyond even my power to defeat alone. You spoke of your father releasing this plague. From where?" Thorian hesitated, then sighed. "The Vault of Whispers, an ancient chamber beneath his citadel, sealed since the Elder days. The scholars warned him, but he would not listen. He sought power, a weapon against his enemies, and found something far worse. Gandalf finished. "I know of this vault. It was sealed by the Council of the Wise in another age, when the world was young." His eyes grew distant with memory. "I was there." "Then you know what dwells within," Thorian said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The entity the ancient texts called Morgul, the devourer of worlds." Gandalf closed his eyes briefly, the weight of ancient guilt visible in the lines of his face. "Yes. And I know that it cannot be defeated by strength of arms or conventional magic. Only at the heart of Ethertide, in the chamber of celestial harmony, might there be a way to seal it once more." Ethertide. Thorian looked bewildered. "The floating city is a myth, a tale told to children." "It is no myth," Elora interjected, her eyes bright with certainty. "The legends speak of its crystal spires and the great dragon oracle who dwells there, Azurath the Eternal." "Azurath lives," Gandalf confirmed, "though whether he will aid us is another matter entirely. Our parting was not amicable." That night, as the refugees slept, Gandalf stood alone at the edge of the camp, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where, visible only to eyes such as his, a shimmering distortion hung among the clouds, Ethertide, hidden from mortal sight by veils of ancient magic. "What troubles you, wizard?" came Thorian's voice as the knight limped to his side, leaning heavily on a makeshift crutch. Gandalf did not turn. "I have lived many lifetimes, Thorian. I have seen kingdoms rise and fall, walked with heroes now remembered only in legend, but some mistakes echo through the ages." He finally looked at the knight, his eyes reflecting starlight and ancient sorrow. "The entity your father released, I helped create the circumstances that brought it to our world. In my youth, my arrogance, I participated in a ritual I did not fully understand." "Then this is your chance for redemption," Thorian said simply. Gandalf nodded slowly. "Perhaps, but redemption often demands the highest price." He gazed once more at the distant, hidden city. And Azurath knows this better than most." As the first light of dawn touched the eastern sky, Gandalf raised his staff, his voice carrying to all in the camp as he spoke words that kindled hope in hearts long accustomed to despair. "To Ethertide, to the Oracle. While there is breath in our bodies and light in our spirits, we shall not surrender to the darkness." And so they marched northward, a wizard burdened with ancient guilt, a healer with unwavering faith, a prince seeking redemption for his father's sins, and the last free people of a dying realm, all bound together by fate and necessity, toward a city in the clouds where a dragon oracle waited with answers and, perhaps, salvation. Behind them, the green decomposition continued its relentless advance, transforming all it touched into something alien and terrible. And beneath the corrupted earth, something ancient and hungry stirred in its half-freedom, remembering a young wizard who had once, unknowingly, provided the key to its prison door. Story 4. Blood on Snow. This was the first omen. The towering walls of eternal ice that encircled the realm of Frosthold had stood inviolate for millennia, their crystalline surfaces reflecting the auroras that danced across the northern skies. 10,000 feet high they soared, these ancient barriers crafted by powers long forgotten, protecting the clans of the north from the horrors that lurked beyond in the boreal void. But now, as the bitter winds howled through the mountain passes, rivulets of crimson trickled down the once pristine ice, like tears from a wounded god. Gandalf the Grey stood at the edge of Raven's Perch, his weathered hands gripping his staff as he studied the bleeding walls from afar. The journey to Frosthold had been arduous, even for one such as he. Ravens had found him in the western lands, bearing messages sealed with the ancient rune of Hrothgar, High Jarl of the northern clans. Such a summons could not be ignored. "They've been weeping for 7 nights now," came a voice beside him, gruff and worn as the mountains themselves. Gandalf turned to face Keldon Stonehammer, master of the Raven's Perch outpost and old friend to the wandering wizard. The Northman's beard was braided with iron rings that clinked softly in the wind, and his furs were thick against the merciless cold. "And the cracks?" Gandalf asked, his breath forming crystals in the frigid air. Keldon's weathered face darkened, growing wider by the day. "The eastern section has begun to sing, a terrible keening that drives men to madness. 3 of my scouts took their own lives rather than hear it anymore." Gandalf closed his eyes. He had seen this once before, in another age, when the world was young and his name had been different. A presage of calamity that few living souls would remember. "Take me to Hrothgar," he commanded. The great hall of Wormsholm rose from the frozen earth like the spine of some colossal beast, its massive timbers carved from the enchanted ironwood trees that grew only in the hidden valleys of Frosthold. Within its walls, fires roared in pits large enough to roast an ox, yet the breath of warriors still misted in the air as they feasted and argued in equal measure. High Jarl Hrothgar sat upon the frost throne, a towering seat carved from a single glacial shard, said to be older than the mountains themselves. His once mighty frame had grown thin with age, but his eyes burned with the same intensity that had led the clans to victory in the War of Frozen Tears decades ago. "Gandalf Stormcrow!" The Jarl's voice boomed across the hall, silencing all other conversation. "You have answered our call." Gandalf approached the throne, leaning more heavily on his staff than his pride would normally allow. The journey had taxed even his considerable strength. "By the ravens spoke of urgent need," the wizard replied, inclining his head in respect. "And I have seen the walls. They weep as they did before the first age of men." A murmur ran through the assembled warriors and shamans. Few understood the reference, but all recognized the gravity in the wizard's tone. "The elders speak of a prophecy," Hrothgar said, gesturing to the circle of white-haired shamans that flanked his throne. "That when the walls of eternal ice weep tears of blood, the goddess of winter shall awaken from her slumber beneath the ice." "It is no mere prophecy," Gandalf replied, his voice dropping to a whisper that nonetheless carried to every corner of the suddenly silent hall. "It is a memory, my memory." The High Jarl leaned forward, his knuckles white upon the arms of his throne. "Explain, wizard." Gandalf raised his staff, and from its crystal head emanated a cold light that coalesced into images above the central fire pit. Ghostly visions of an ancient battle played out, warriors in armor of a design long forgotten, creatures of nightmare pouring from a rent in the fabric of reality, and at the center of it all, a woman of terrible beauty whose skin glittered like frost under starlight. Before the kingdoms of men rose from the mud, before the elves sailed west, there was the Winter Court, Gandalf intoned, his eyes never leaving the apparition. Ruled by she who was called Morozna the Eternal, Queen of Ice and Darkness. When the first men came to these lands, she saw them as vermin to be exterminated. The images shifted, showing great slaughter and frozen wastelands littered with the dead. A council of the wise was formed, wizards, shamans, and seers from all the known races. We crafted the walls of eternal ice to contain her power and her court, trapping them in a dream of endless winter. Hrothgar's eyes narrowed. "And now she wakes." "Yes," Gandalf confirmed, dispelling the images with a wave of his hand. "Something has disturbed her slumber. The walls weaken. And if they fall completely, the boreal void will spill forth its horrors," finished a new voice, sharp as a blade and cold as the grave. All heads turned to see a tall figure stride into the hall, flanked by snarling direwolves with eyes like embers. The newcomer wore armor of blackened steel, adorned with wolf pelts, his face half hidden behind a helmet forged in the likeness of a snarling beast. Even partially concealed, the resemblance to Hrothgar was unmistakable. "Volker," the High Jarl growled, rising from his throne, "you dare enter Wormsholm after your exile?" "I dare much, father," Volker Blackwolf replied, removing his helm to reveal a face marked with ritual scars and eyes that held the berserker's fire, including bringing news that your loyal subjects are too afraid to share. The northern villages burn. Creatures of ice and shadow pour through the cracks in your precious walls, and the scarlet ice sword has been found. Gandalf's head snapped up at the mention of the blade. "Where?" he demanded, stepping toward the exiled prince. Volkar's lips curled into a smile that held no warmth. "In the hands of the ice trolls of Niflheim Gorge. They bear it as a trophy, not knowing its true power." "And how came you by this knowledge, Oathbreaker?" Hrothgar demanded. "I have spent 5 winters beyond your protection, father," Volkar answered, his voice dropping to a dangerous register, "learning the ways of our ancestral enemies, preparing for what I knew would come." Gandalf stepped between father and son, sensing the violence brewing between them. "The sword is all that matters now. It was forged for one purpose, to pierce the heart of winter itself." "To kill a goddess," Volkar added, his eyes meeting Gandalf's with uncomfortable knowledge. "A goddess you once loved, if the old songs speak true." A hush fell over the hall. Gandalf's face remained impassive, but those nearest to him felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the northern climate. "The songs remember poorly," the wizard said at last. "But yes, I knew her. Before corruption took her heart, before ambition turned love to hatred, High Jarl Hrothgar looked between the wizard and his banished son, then made his decision with the swiftness that had made him legend. Volkar Blackwolf, I lift your exile until this threat is ended. You will guide Gandalf to the Niflheim Gorge to retrieve the Scarlet Ice Sword." "And then," Volkar challenged. "Then we shall see if old wounds can be healed," the Jarl replied, his gaze softening momentarily, "or if new ones must be made." 3 days later, Gandalf and Volkar stood at the edge of Niflheim Gorge, a chasm so deep that darkness swallowed its bottom despite the perpetual daylight of the northern summer. The air was thick with unnatural mist, and the sounds of guttural chanting echoed from below. "The trolls worship her," Volkar explained, checking the edge of his massive axe. "They believe the bleeding walls herald her return and their ascendance." Gandalf nodded, his eyes distant as he gazed across the gorge. "They are not entirely wrong." A bitter wind whipped between them, carrying snowflakes that seemed to burn rather than melt when they touched exposed skin. "You never told me," Volkar said suddenly. "How does one kill a goddess?" Gandalf turned to the berserker prince, seeing not the hardened warrior, but the questioning boy who had once sat at his feet during his visits to Frosthold many years ago. "With great cost," the wizard answered softly. "The sword was forged from my own staff, quenched in my blood, and infused with a piece of my essence. To wield it against her is to wound myself as well." Volkar's expression hardened. "No, then I shall bear it. You cannot, only the Maker I can unmake," Volkar finished. "Yet another truth the elders kept from us." Before Gandalf could respond, a keening wail rose from the depths of the gorge, a sound so primal it seemed to vibrate the ice beneath their feet. Far to the east, a thunderous crack split the air as another section of the Great Wall shattered. "And she senses us," Gandalf whispered, gripping his staff as blue flames flickered to life along its length. "Senses me. Then let us not disappoint her." Volkar growled, berserker rage beginning to glow in his eyes as he raised his axe high. "For Frosthold, As they descended into the mist-shrouded gorge, Gandalf felt the weight of millennia pressing upon him. Memories long buried stirred like ancient beasts from hibernation, of a love as pure as the first snow, of betrayal sharp as winter's bite, of duty heavier than mountains. The walls of eternal ice continued to weep their bloody tears across the realm. A goddess stirred beneath the ancient frost, and a reckoning long delayed drew near. For some debts can only be paid in blood and memory, and some wounds never truly heal, not even for a wizard who had walked the world since time immemorial. And in the howling void beyond the walls, ancient eyes opened, filled with equal measures of hatred and longing, fixed upon the approach of the one who had both loved and imprisoned her. Olorin, the winter goddess whispered, using a name Gandalf had not heard in ages uncounted. At last, you return to me. Story 5. The silver spires of Argentum pierced the morning mist like ancient blades thrust skyward by forgotten titans. Beneath the crystalline dome that enclosed the city, 9 districts spiraled outward from the central arcane citadel, each district's architecture a testament to the school of magic that governed it. The streets of the Illusion Quarter shimmered with pathways that sometimes weren't there, while in the necropolis, buildings seemed to breathe with ghastly sighs. It was said that Argentum was the crown jewel of the known world, a place where magic flowed like water and knowledge was the only true currency. But Gandalf knew better. The Grey Wizard adjusted his threadbare cloak, a far cry from his usual attire, and continued his act of shuffling through the crowded market square. His staff, now disguised as a simple walking stick carved with what appeared to be decorative but were actually protective runes, tapped rhythmically against the cobblestones. The anti-magic field that permeated Argentum pressed against his consciousness like a dull headache, limiting his powers to mere parlor tricks. He was, for all intents and purposes, just another aging street performer hoping to earn a few copper pieces from the city's wealthy denizens. "Watch closely, good people of Argentum," Gandalf called out, his voice carrying the practiced cadence of a carnival barker rather than the commanding tone that had once halted armies. "Witness the magnificent mysteries of Gondorian illusion." With a flourish that concealed a small packet of powder dropping from his sleeve, Gandalf produced a shower of harmless blue sparks that delighted the small crowd gathered around him. Children clapped while their parents tossed coins into his upturned hat. None of them noticed how his eyes never ceased scanning the square, or how he had positioned himself with a perfect view of the western entrance to the arcane citadel. As the bells of the chronomancer's tower struck 11, a hooded figure slipped through the crowd with the grace of a shadow, stopping momentarily beside Gandalf. The nightingale sings at midnight," whispered Lysander Shadowstep, master thief and the sender of the mysterious message that had drawn Gandalf to this gleaming prison of a city. "Only when the moon hides her face." Gandalf completed the coded exchange without missing a beat in his performance. "The Inquisitor's hounds are everywhere," Lysander continued, his hands moving in the practiced gestures of a pickpocket, though he took nothing. Instead, he deposited a small crystal into Gandalf's coat pocket. "The chalice is moved tonight. 7 days until the convergence. Meet me at the Broken Crown when the second watch begins." Before Gandalf could reply, Lysander melted back into the crowd, his presence so ephemeral that the wizard briefly wondered if he had imagined the encounter. But the weight of the crystal in his pocket confirmed the reality of their meeting. That night, the Broken Crown Tavern in the Transmutation Quarter lived up to its name. The ceiling was a masterpiece of architectural impossibility, a massive crown of stone frozen in the act of shattering, each piece suspended in air, yet never falling. Beneath this perpetual moment of destruction, Gandalf nursed a mug of spiced cider, its contents charmed to never cool. one of the few magical conveniences still functioning within his limited power. "They say you once battled a Balrog on the bridge of Moria," came a feminine voice as a hooded figure slid into the seat across from him. "And who might they have been, I wonder?" Gandalf replied, studying the newcomer with eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. The woman lowered her hood, revealing striking features framed by hair that seemed to shift between copper and silver depending on how the light hit it. Among scholars who study histories that others would rather forget, I am Elysia Brightwing, archivist of the Forbidden Section. A dangerous occupation in Argentum these days, Gandalf mused, noting the subtle pattern of magical wards woven into her seemingly simple librarian's attire. No more dangerous than being a wizard whose face adorns wanted posters in the enforcement quarter, she countered with the hint of a smile. Their conversation was interrupted as Lysander materialized from the shadows between one heartbeat and the next. "Forgive my tardiness," the thief said, sliding into the third chair at their table. "The Inquisitor's patrols have doubled since this morning." "Thorn suspects something," Elysia supplied, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "The convergence approaches, and the citadel hums with power day and night." "The souls in the chalice cry out in their torment." Gandalf touched the crystal in his pocket. "Show me," he commanded softly. Lysander glanced around, then nodded. "Not here. Follow me." They descended into the tavern's wine cellar, which Lysander revealed to be connected to Argentum's vast undercity, a labyrinthine network of tunnels and chambers that predated the gleaming metropolis above. In a small alcove lined with rune-etched stones that blocked magical surveillance, Gandalf finally removed the crystal and held it up. "A memory crystal," he murmured. "I haven't seen one of these in an age." "Stolen from the Citadel's vault at great cost," Lysander confirmed, a shadow of grief crossing his features. "My partner did not escape with me." Gandalf closed his eyes and channeled a thread of his constrained power into the crystal. The air before them shimmered, and an image formed, the interior of the arcane citadel's highest chamber. There, upon a pedestal of black marble veined with glowing sigils, sat the chalice of 1,000 souls. It was both beautiful and terrible to behold. Forged of a metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, the chalice stood no taller than a man's hand, yet it radiated an aura of power that made even the projected image feel oppressive. Around its rim, faces occasionally pressed outward from within, mouths open in silent screams, the trapped souls of the Archmage Guardians. "By the valor," Gandalf breathed, recognition and horror dawning in his ancient eyes. "I know this artifact." "You should," Elysia said gravely. "According to the forbidden histories, you created it." The memory crystal showed more, the chalice at the center of a vast arcane machine that encompassed the entire foundation of Argentum. Lines of power flowed from the suffering souls into the 9 districts, maintaining the city's many magical wonders, but they also fed into a larger pattern, a summoning circle of unprecedented scale that was nearly complete. In 7 days, during the astral convergence, Grand Mage Vexilius will complete the ritual, Lysander explained. The portal will open to the realm of the primordial gods, and they will return to our world after eons of exile. "But that's not why you contacted me," Gandalf said, his gaze never leaving the image of the chalice. "You could have warned any powerful mage about this threat." Elysia reached out and touched the projection, her fingers passing through the image of one particular face trying to break free from the chalice. "Because one of the souls belongs to my ancestor, Archmagus Elindra the Wise, and the forbidden histories say that only the creator of the chalice can release those imprisoned within." Gandalf's expression grew troubled. And I have lived many lifetimes, young one, but I have no memory of creating such a terrible artifact. The histories speak of a great battle, where you sacrificed your memories of that life to defeat an ancient evil, Elysia pressed. But your essence remains the same. Only you can undo what you once wrought. The crystal's projection shifted to show the 9 districts of Argentum from above, revealing that they formed an enormous arcane sigil, one that would channel power from the chalice to tear open the veil between worlds when the stars aligned. We need to steal the chalice before the convergence, Lysander stated, his thief's confidence belied by the slight tremor in his voice. No one has ever breached the Citadel's inner sanctum and survived. No one, except the one who built its foundations, Gandalf murmured, ancient memories stirring like shadows at the edges of his consciousness. As the memory crystal's light faded, Gandalf rose to his full height, suddenly seeming far taller than his hunched disguise had suggested. Though the anti-magic field of Argentum still dampened his powers, his eyes now burned with the light of distant stars, and his voice carried the weight of mountains when he spoke. 7 days until the convergence, 9 districts to navigate, 1 chalice to recover. He gripped his disguised staff, and for an instant, the runes upon it glowed with inner fire. And 1,000 souls to set free. Lysander and Elysia exchanged glances, hope kindling where before there had been only desperate resignation. The labyrinth of lost souls awaits us, Gandalf declared, the name coming to him from some deep recess of forgotten memory. And so, our quest begins. Outside the tavern, high in the enforcement quarter, Inquisitor Thorn stood on his balcony, his cold eyes fixed on the broken crown. The mechanical constructs he called hounds, twisted amalgamations of metal and bone, growled at his feet, picking up the scent of foreign magic. "So," he whispered to the night air, "the Grey Pilgrim has returned to Argentum at last. The Grand Mage will be most pleased." Behind him, on his desk, a small replica of the Chalice of 1,000 Souls pulsed with malevolent light. Another face joining the multitude, already pressing against its surface from within, the face of Lysander's captured partner, his soul newly harvested to fuel the growing power of the coming ritual. The stars above Argentum shifted imperceptibly closer to alignment, and somewhere beyond the veil of reality, ancient gods stirred in anticipation of their imminent return. Story 6. The twin moons of Lunaris hung like ancient sentinels in the night sky, one a shimmering silver, the other a burnished gold, casting their ethereal light upon the archipelago below. The interplay of their radiance created tides of magic that ebbed and flowed across the 9 sacred islands, their power waxing and waning with each celestial dance. It was here, upon the shores of Tidewhisper Isle, that a weathered wooden ship made berth under the cover of twilight, and from it emerged a solitary figure wrapped in storm-grey robes. Gandalf the Grey stepped onto the pearlescent sands, his staff of twisted heartwood thumping softly against the shore. His beard, as silver as the argent moon overhead, fluttered in the salt-laden breeze. Eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless kingdoms surveyed the island's undulating landscape, where luminous flora pulsed with the rhythm of the moons. "Ah, the convergence approaches," he murmured to himself, gazing upward at the celestial bodies. After 3,000 years, the prophecy of aligned shadows comes to pass. The ancient wizard had journeyed across the endless sea in search of the scrolls of primordial harmony, texts that contained secrets of the cosmic balance that even he, in his many centuries of existence, had not fully comprehended. But his quest had become far more urgent when he'd glimpsed the approaching alignment in the observatory of eternal stars. For the first time in millennia, the silver and gold moons would eclipse simultaneously, creating a moment when the veil between dimensions would grow perilously thin. As Gandalf traversed the winding path toward the Temple of Lunar Whispers, the island's vegetation seemed to respond to his presence. Flowers of impossible blue unfurled their petals in his wake, and trees with bark like polished opal bent their branches in subtle greeting. The magic here was ancient and pure, untouched by the corrupting forces that had tainted much of the world beyond. The temple rose before him, a spiraling structure of alabaster stone and moon-silver filigree that seemed to both reflect and absorb the dual moonlight. At its entrance stood 3 figures in flowing robes of blue and gold, the oracles of Lunaris, keepers of moon wisdom and interpreters of celestial signs. "The pilgrim of many ages arrives as foretold," spoke the eldest oracle, a woman whose eyes shimmered with an inner light that mirrored the moons themselves. 3,000 years we have awaited your return, guardian of the cosmic seal." Gandalf's brow furrowed. "Return. I have never walked these shores before." The oracle smiled mysteriously. "Time is not always a straight path for those who have lived as long as you, Grey Wanderer. The memories may be hidden, but your spirit remembers." The wizened wizard was led through halls adorned with murals depicting the archipelago's history, scenes of ancient rituals, cosmic battles, and at the center of many, a robed figure with a familiar staff. Gandalf studied these images with growing disquiet, for though he could not recall these events, something deep within him resonated with the portrayal. In the heart of the temple, beneath a dome of crystal that magnified the moonlight into dazzling patterns across the floor, the oracles revealed a prophecy inscribed in luminescent script upon a wall of pure moonstone. "When silver and gold become as one in the sky, the cosmic devourer shall once more draw nigh. The pilgrim of ages must return to the fold, to mend what was broken in days of old." The double eclipse approaches in 7 days," the youngest oracle explained, her voice barely more than a whisper. "When it occurs, a rift will open above the submerged temple at the archipelago's center, and the entity known as the World Devourer will attempt to return, a being of such cosmic hunger that it consumes not merely flesh and bone, but reality itself." Gandalf's hand tightened around his staff. "And you believe I am this?" "Pilgrim, and we know it," replied the middle oracle, a man whose skin bore markings that shifted like constellations. "The signs are unmistakable. But beware, the Shadow Queen hunts for you already. She who was once light now serves the darkness." No sooner had these words been spoken than a clamor arose outside the temple. Through the crystal dome, Gandalf glimpsed riders in armor black as midnight. Their mounts not horses but creatures with scales that absorbed light, leaving trails of shadow in their wake. "The Ebony Knights," gasped the youngest oracle, "the Shadow Queen's hunters." "You must flee," urged the eldest, pressing a crystalline amulet into Gandalf's hand. "This will guide you to the one who can help you reach the submerged temple. Go now, through the moon gate." A doorway of pure light manifested in the temple wall. With a final nod to the oracles, Gandalf stepped through, finding himself instantly transported to a rocky outcropping overlooking a hidden cove. Below, a magnificent ship with sails that seemed woven from starlight rocked gently in the sheltered waters. "Ahoy, wanderer!" called a booming voice. A tall figure stood upon the deck, arms crossed over a chest, clad in leather worn smooth by salt and time. "I've been expecting a passenger. The winds whispered you'd be arriving tonight." Gandalf descended carefully to the shore. "You seem unsurprised by my appearance." The man laughed, his face weathered but his eyes bright with mischief. "When you've sailed the enchanted tides as long as I have, very little surprises you anymore. Captain Thorn, at your service. And this beauty," he patted the ship's railing affectionately, "is the starlit destiny." Within moments of Gandalf boarding, the starlit Destiny glided out of the cove, its enchanted sails capturing winds that seemed to exist for it alone. The crew, a collection of individuals as diverse as they were mysterious, worked with practiced precision, many casting curious glances at their unusual passenger. "We make for the center of the archipelago," Thorn explained as they stood at the helm. "Though I warn you, those waters are treacherous even without the ebony knights patrolling them. The magical tides become unpredictable as we approach the double eclipse." That night, as Gandalf rested in the captain's quarters, the ship suddenly lurched. He emerged on deck to find chaos. The sea had turned viscous and dark, while above, the twin moons seemed to pulse with alarming intensity. The crew wrestled with the sails as Captain Thorn bellowed orders. "Shadow ships, approaching fast!" cried the lookout. Through the unnatural fog that had descended, Gandalf discerned sleek vessels with hulls that seemed crafted from solidified darkness. Upon their foremost deck stood a figure in robes as black as the void between stars, a crown of twisted silver upon her brow. "The Shadow Queen," whispered Thorn, suddenly at Gandalf's side. "She rarely hunts prey herself." As the enemy vessels closed in, Gandalf raised his staff, summoning words of power from the depths of his memory. Light erupted from the gnarled wood, momentarily dispelling the fog and illuminating the face of the approaching queen. The wizard froze in shock. Selene. The woman's features, though hardened by bitterness, were unmistakable. The high cheekbones, the penetrating gaze. Centuries ago, she had been his most promising apprentice, a woman of extraordinary talent and insight. But she had vanished after receiving a vision so terrible it had left her in a state of catatonic horror for days. "You remember her," Thorn said grimly. "Then the legends are true." Before Gandalf could respond, a wave of dark energy surged from the Shadow Queen's outstretched hands, slamming into the starlit Destiny with devastating force. The wizard countered with a shield of light, but the conflict of energies created a vortex that ripped through the magical fabric of the sea itself. Waters churned violently, then parted, revealing ancient ruins rising impossibly from the depths. The submerged temple, forced to the surface by the clash of powers. The starlit Destiny was caught in the maelstrom, spinning toward the emerging structure. "Hold fast!" roared Captain Thorn as the ship crashed against the temple's outer courtyard, now exposed to open air for the first time in millennia. In the ensuing confusion, Gandalf found himself separated from the crew, face to face with Selene in a chamber of mirror-smooth obsidian. Her eyes, once warm amber, now swirled with darkness like miniature cosmic voids. "My faithful teacher," she said, her voice echoing strangely, as if multiple entities spoke through her. "You have returned, as I knew you would." "What happened to you, Selena?" Gandalf asked, his tone a mixture of sorrow and wariness. "I saw the truth," she replied. "The vision you dismissed as madness, it was revelation. The world devourer is not our enemy, but our salvation. This reality is flawed, Gandalf. It must be unmade so that a perfect one can take its place. The entity has corrupted your mind," Gandalf said firmly. "It feeds you lies to secure its release." Selene smiled coldly. "Look around you, old friend. Do you truly not remember this place?" For the first time, Gandalf took in his surroundings fully. The chamber's design, the arcane symbols etched into its walls. They awakened something deep within his memory. Images flashed before his mind's eye. A younger version of himself, working alongside others to forge a cosmic seal, the terrible entity they had imprisoned, the sacrifice required. "We banished it together," he whispered. "You and I and the others. We were the Council of Seven." "And you chose to forget," Selene accused, "to walk away. But I remained loyal to our cause. until I understood that we had made a terrible mistake. The world devourer is not destruction, but transformation. Above them, through an opening in the temple ceiling, the twin moons had begun their convergence. Silvery light merged with gold, creating a beam that struck an altar at the chamber's center. "It is time," Selene declared, raising an amulet identical to the one Gandalf carried. Its twin. "With these keys combined, the seal will break." In that moment of clarity, Gandalf understood his purpose. The prophecy, his forgotten past, the amulets, all pieces of a cosmic puzzle. He was not meant to prevent the world devourer's return, but to complete a task left unfinished 3,000 years ago. "You are right about one thing, my dear Selene," he said gently. "A mistake was made. The seal was imperfect. That is why the entity can still influence our world, why it was able to corrupt you." With unexpected swiftness, Gandalf closed the distance between them. Before Selene could react, he grasped her hand that held the amulet. The twin crystals touched, and a surge of pure energy enveloped them both. "I remember now," Gandalf intoned, his voice resonating with power. The seal requires neither banishment nor release, but balance." The combined light of their amulets shot upward, intersecting with the lunar beam. Where they met, a portal began to form, not a tear in reality, but a window. Through it, they glimpsed the world devourer, a being of such cosmic vastness that their minds could barely comprehend its form. "Hear me, Ancient One," Gandalf called out. "We offer neither freedom nor eternal imprisonment, but covenant, balance in exchange for balance." The entity's attention focused upon them, a sensation like the weight of countless worlds. Drawing upon magic as old as time itself, Gandalf began to recite words in a language that predated even the eldest civilizations. Selene, momentarily freed from the entity's influence by the pure energy flowing through her, found herself joining in the incantation, her true memories returning. Together, they rewove the cosmic seal, not as a prison, but as a bridge. The world devourer would remain beyond the veil, but its essence could flow harmoniously into the archipelago, sustaining the magical tides without consuming reality itself. As the double eclipse reached its apex, the portal stabilized, becoming a permanent conduit of balanced energy. The oppressive darkness lifted from Selene's eyes, replaced by tears of recognition. "Forgive me, old friend," she whispered. "I had forgotten who I truly was." Gandalf smiled warmly, "As had I. But some truths run deeper than memory." Outside, the sea had calmed. The Ebony Knights, freed from their corruption, lowered their weapons in confusion. Captain Thorn and his crew watched in awe as the twin moons separated once more, their light now harmonized in a way never before witnessed. The prophet of the two moons had fulfilled his destiny, not by preventing change, but by ensuring it would bring renewal rather than destruction. And as the starlit destiny set sail once more under peaceful skies, Gandalf knew that some journeys never truly end. They merely transform, like the ever-changing tides of magic, beneath the watchful gaze of silver and gold.